Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all for coming to join me for some more Neo Scavenger. I'm feeling a little bit more awake today than yesterday, although how much energy I have remains to be seen. We'll see how we do here, but I would like to try to finish this game today, or to get as close to finishing it as we can. So we're going to check out a little bit of the rest of the map, and then I remembered that there was an item I needed for Camp Grayling. It was a flash drive given to me by Hatter that I forgot to bring with me. So I'm going to have to go back to Detroit and get that. Hey, Rockethead, problems with the mail. Well, lots of people have been having problems with the mail. COVID has made that a common occurrence, unfortunately. I'm not sure whether it does, Valentine, but all signs point to Camp Grayling. If there is an ending, it's probably there. Oh, that sucks, Rockethead. So that doesn't have to do with COVID necessarily. It's just the mail trying to sort it using some kind of automated system that's clearly not up to scratch. That sucks. I know the feeling, though, Rockethead. I've got a very important package coming within the next couple of days as well. And I always end up being worried in situations like this when you're waiting for something really important that's work-related that you need. You worry it's not going to get there on time or that something stupid is going to happen. And well, at least you were able to get in touch with somebody, Rockethead. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully they just ended up holding the package at a local facility where you can just go in and get it if need be. Echo Drop, that was quite a pull. Like, I'm almost more impressed by the effort you made to make that work than I am by the pun itself. I'm glad you were able to get your refund for that, Rockethead. I certainly hope you were. Lots of places seem to have been having trouble keeping anything in stock ever since the start of the pandemic, Rockethead, and obviously there are good reasons for that, but it's always disappointing when you order something and then you get a delivery confirmation and then you get a message a day later saying, actually, we don't have it. For me, that often seems to be the case when I order food online for some reason. Ah, good luck then, Rockethead. I hope you're able to find what you're looking for at the alternative place. And I hope all of you are well in general and staying safe as usual. It's unfortunate that it's become the usual that I have to ask everybody if they're staying safe, but such are the times we live in. I'll tell you what, though, at least we don't live in a Neo Scavenger-esque apocalypse, although it does seem as though the apocalypse in Neo Scavenger was caused, at least in part, by the spread of a deadly disease. It seems to have at least had a partial start in a smallpox outbreak. Using what heavily, Zyrek? How badly did you injure it, Zyrek? Because, for certain types of injury, limited weight bearing can help, but if it's too serious an injury, if you risk re-breaking your foot or, you know, whatever bone it is you broke or fractured, then sometimes any kind of weight bearing is just contraindicated regardless. How bad was the injury? Couldn't walk for a day or so, but then it was... I guess what I'm trying to ask, Zyrek, is what type of injury? How did you injure it? What were you doing? And what was the diagnosis? We'll be able to get a little bit of meat off of this. So we might as well. Oh, and we don't have enough moves left. Bloody hell. Slipped and stepped really hard on the side of your foot. Oh, okay, Zyrek. So that'll probably be a strain or a sprain. Which are superficially similar, but a sprain is more serious. So, with luck, it sounds like it was just a strain with a T. And, yeah, you'll be, well, back on your feet within a few days, hopefully, if not sooner. Well, Zyrek, depending on the injury, sometimes a little bit of movement can help prevent stiffness and reduce tightness in the muscles. Because with a strain, inflammation is what causes a lot of the discomfort. You don't want to go too crazy, but... Alright, those we can get rid of. Yeah, you definitely want to avoid twisting your ankle in the same way that you did to injure it in the first place, Zyrek. But yeah, in that case, a little bit of weight bearing, the compression and decompression of the joint and the muscles, can help to get the keep your circulation up in that area, which will help prevent blood from pooling there and causing irritation. Again, just don't overdo it. They certainly have, Rockethead. And yeah, Valentine, it's hard to believe it's been 2 years, but it has. Oh, this guy dropped something. He dropped a backpack with not a lot of useful stuff. We did get some bullets, though. This'll be a dog, man. All right. We're gonna trip the dog, man. We're going to exploit his weakness, and then we're going to stab him. Oh, we should probably ditch that vehicle. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, and lethal trap. Oh. 185 kilos, this dogman corpse. Freaking fantastic. Hey, Ixa, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I hope you've been well. Worst part of this is now I have to wait and pass a turn before I can process this dogman corpse, which means it's going to lose durability. Alright, well, we got all the important stuff. And then that will hang on to. These we need to take off for a moment because we're getting too hot wearing this, even though it's the middle of freaking winter. Whoops, I didn't mean to take that. Where did that go? Oh, I know where it went. For some reason, ash ends up being put into water bottles if you have one free. We're gonna hide. Then we're gonna get some rest. You might have, Valentine. I hope those clear up. Because being injured is no fun. Oh, and there's another dog man whose corpse is apparently at 5.5% durability. Well... Oh, one of these guys. We need to get rid of some of this stuff. We'll check the trading post. We'll get rid of those. We'll keep a few of these, but for the most part, we don't really need them. Oh, that was another thing I meant to do. I have a whole bunch of whiskey I need to bring here to sell. And then we can sit down for a meal. And then we can head back to camp and refill our water for a start. Okay, that is clean. That is also clean. Put those down there so we know they're clean. Now we can go to the trading post and yeah, each stack of whiskey is $240 each. So that's $1,200 we just made on all that whiskey I've just been sitting on. Accidentally, Valentine? Well, maybe do your research a little bit more before you play a game and read the description of it on Steam, or, you know, check some reviews. That's usually a good way to find out crucial information before you buy. Also, I feel like maybe a smudge stick would be a good idea. We haven't kept one with us, but I'm pretty sure, because you can light them, there's interaction with them. I'm pretty sure that these things are meant to drive away evil spirits. And we've already been attacked by at least one evil spirit. So I probably should carry one of those things on me. Okay. If you say so, Valentine. I mean, it seemed like the wording you chose was pretty clear, but... I'll take your word for it. Alright, that can go back there. Yeah, welcome to my world, Echo Drop, where time loses its meaning, and you have no sense even of what day it is. Great, isn't it? That should probably go there. Well, no. You can put it there. All right. So... Oh, first I wanted to go check the Allegan Fairgrounds. Because there was that whole horde of melon heads over there that I ran away from last time, but... yeah, the rest of this stuff is all junk. Let's see if we can find... a sleeping bag so that I can set up a camp somewhere along the way if I need to. Oh, a nearly brand new pair of binoculars. And a whole bunch of junk. Although that we will take because it can be used for making noise traps. Boy, a whole lot of nothing. Well, Echo Drops, so do I. Or I will soon, within the next couple of days, when that package I'm waiting for comes in. So, I know the feeling. There are very few things I hate more than being behind on a deadline, and while on one hand I'm not a big fan of deadlines to begin with, on the other hand, they're kind of just part of pretty nearly any job. All of this stuff is junk. Okay, where exactly? Okay, we need to be heading south then. Oh, southwest. Ah. Some promising looking scavenging sites here. Which of course contain a whole lot of nothing. Wow, they contain a whole lot of nothing. Literally nothing. Only thing remotely useful here. Whoops. Other than these recipes is that tarp. Oh, nice. Fantastic. And another tarp. I don't know what it is with these tarps. They seem to be pretty common. The shacks in the forest occasionally have useful stuff, but most of the time... yeah, most of the time it's just junk. course it's locked. Well, we can sell that at the ATN anyway. Wow, I found a lighter. Yeah, I found some bullets. Those I'll take. .2% condition. Well, whoever that was didn't want anything to do with me. Looks like somebody tried taking some stuff from the camp. But I guess it didn't go very well for them. Oh! When did I put that there? That's worth a good bit of money. I'll hang on to that. And we will hide and we'll try to sleep here. Actually, we'll use a little bit of Zolpidem and then we'll sleep. Hey Dragonab, welcome! Thank you for the Amazon Prime. That's quite a username. Hello and welcome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That is one of my favorite compliments. Are we still sedated? Yeah, I guess we are. Alright, we might as well just do some searching in the meantime. And of course, we found, once again, nothing useful except a tarp. Oh, those are melon heads is what they are. Melonhead is running away. We will exploit his weakness. We will close the distance. And we will stab him. And he's fallen, so we'll go for the melee surge. And he had nothing. Oh, and I guess we're no longer sedated. Humanoid corpse. That's another dead melon head, I guess. Wow. This is also either a dead melon head or a dead, Enclave warrior. Wow. Just a whole lot of junk. And corpses. Oh, that must have been a deer corpse. Okay, well, the presence of this bag indicates that this was definitely an ATN warrior. Oh, and a brand new pair of shoes. And a monkey wrench, so this guy... Oh, blast it. I forgot to eat the meat that I had, so it went bad. Wait a minute, why did that guy have two right shoes? So everybody around here is dead. Okay, there are the fairgrounds. Suspect everybody around here is dead because of the ATN guys killing melon heads. Or melon heads killing ATN guys. Alright, you're back at the Allegan Fairgrounds, and Rocky Rooster is still doing his thing. Ah, that rooster doesn't scare you when you go. Inside, there are heaps of refuse. Further into the fairgrounds, you spot a permanent hall. Marketplace exhibitors building. Check out the tents continued. Resolving to stay vigilant, you look through the tents. Through the fairgrounds. Something's not right here. Better run while you can. Okay. Check the hall. Scan the area. Hold still for a few minutes surveying the area. There's a lot of debris here, and many good places to hide. But there are no signs of movement, no silhouettes, and no eyes glinting from the shadows. It looks clear. Eagle eye. Oh, that's just the same result. Telescopic. Same result again. Tracking. It's not a heavily trafficked place, but the fairgrounds has had some visitors. Not many animals, though. Humanoid tracks appear to have left a lot more hastily than they entered. By the looks of it, whatever spooked them came from the hall. Trapping. Yeah, it would make for an excellent trap. Scavenger bait, lots of blocked sight lines, and a lack of animal activity. That was just about all the checkboxes. Alright, so... hang on just a minute. Because this could go south pretty quickly, and I'm curious as to whether we can do the same things we did last time. Check out the hall. Your nose is assailed by the stench of stale perspiration. Yeah, okay. Shine a light to see better. Night vision! Use night vision to look around. When your field of vision finally resolves, you see that most of the hall is filled with folding tables and booths. Signage advertises vendors and craftspeople from a bygone era, and most of their wares appear to be scattered about, though not taken. An inordinate number of tables seem to be covered in or surrounded in blankets, though. And that's when you notice it. One of the blankets moves. Straining to make out more detail, you notice it again. The blanket is suddenly moving as if something is breathing beneath it. You look around the hall and your skin becomes clammy as you realize the entire hall is draped with blankets, each harboring some living, breathing thing. You're all but surrounded. The only good news here is that none seem to be stirring yet. Examine a pile of blankets. Yeah, no. Tracking. Takes you little time to determine that this place is occupied. The smells in the litter are obvious signs of that, but the humidity concerns you even more. Something, or likely worse, many things, are breathing in here right now. What if we were to shine a light to see a little better? Holding the torch above your head, the torch, it's a lighter, you strain to see into the recesses of the hall. Most of the hall is filled with tables and booths. Signage advertises, oh, okay. Well, light some blankets on fire, grab something heavy and clear a path. Grab something heavy and clear a path. The bastards might have moved to block your exit, but that doesn't mean you can't unmove them. Grabbing a wooden drawer from a nearby furniture stall, you rush forward using it to shield bash your way through. Any of those little buggers eager enough to try you gets a wood sandwich and a headache for their trouble. When you've reached the door, 3 of the melon heads that lie in your wake, cerebral fluids spurting amidst brays of agony. The rest of the throng is unfazed, though, and your drawer skills, formidable as they are, won't even the odds. Time to go. Okay, so I guess things are still pretty stirred up from your last visit. Melonhead activity is at an all-time high. Okay, so there isn't anything else we can actually do here. It's just whatever loot we got the first time, and No additional Ronald McDonald heads. That's unfortunate. Hello, Ludwig. Welcome. A first aid kit with, actually, quite a few clean rags and some painkillers, which we can stash in the old painkiller bottle. And we'll take those two. I do like first aid kits because every now and then they still have first aid supplies in them. Oh, hi, Lolic. Welcome. No problem, Lolic. You stay for as long as you can, or, you know, as long as you feel like, and when you have to leave, you have to leave. No worries. 21% on that duffel bag. Eh. Ooh. 5 12-gauge slugs. I'll take those. These freaking tarps. Huh? Oh, more painkillers. I mean, the hope is we won't end up needing those ever, but... Well, Lolic, the point is I'm working my way up north. I'm on my way to explore part of the map I haven't been to yet. Hyper-preservatives. Bacteria are scared to eat it, so you don't have to be. Just one more way Mr. Johnson Company is watching out for you. So that's either S.A. Johnson or Johnson & Johnson. Watching out for you while they feed you toxic chemicals. Oh, a sleeping bag. And a whole bunch of crap. Of course that's locked. I'm pretty sure... any laptop that actually has data in it is always going to be locked. Huh? Oh. That had quite a lot of charge in it. Those are full. Yeah, that was a nearly charged laptop battery. Also, I know this game is made by a small team, but it's really silly that you can just take electrical charges out of batteries with your hands and transfer them to other devices. Hey, nobleman, welcome. Lollick, well, I came back down here to check the Allegan Fairgrounds to see if there was anything else there that could be done after you've looted the place once. But it turns out there's not. You basically just end up pissing off the melon heads again, and the same thing happens. Sneak towards, huh? I guess he hasn't seen me yet. Exploit weakness. Melee surge. And he's dead of cardiac arrest. And melee surge again, and he's dead. Boy, these guys had nothing. And that's just a whole bunch of boxes. Oh, but there's a 3-dog moon shirt in there. Guess we'll hang on to that. Ah, junk. And even more junk. Wait a minute. Ah, it's empty. I was hoping there might actually be some medicine in there, but whatever. Yeah, well... Yeah, Lollick, and this game, as far as I know, was made by 2 people. So... I understand that the amount of dev time that it would have taken to program something a little bit more user-friendly would have been quite a bit longer and probably much more arduous for those 2. Huh? Wow, a lot of multi-tools. Then again, a lot of dead Enclave soldiers. Why is there a... Oh, okay. Huh. I guess I had a camp here at some point. The rest of this stuff doesn't matter. make somewhat better use of this space. That we can replace with the 100% one. That I guess we don't need. And that I guess we don't need. Ah, there was a lighter. This we can get rid of. Replace it with that, which has slightly more charge. What did I get from the apartment complex, Lolek? Which apartment complex? So why is there a camp symbol here? Oh, because... I see. Huh. Because I guess there must have been something here that I wanted to come back for. And sure enough, there was. Oh, and there's another freaking sleeping bag here. Alright, back to the Enclave, because we need food. Hello, Grim, welcome! Oh, the apartment complex from Detroit. Lolek, I went to the front door and called the guy on the speakerphone. And he flipped out and called the police, so I left. I, haven't been back. I did get some info out of him, Lolek. I got out of him that or that Philip had roped his dad into something that he was super butthurt about. I don't really think there's anything here we need. Night vision goggles are redundant now because we have that ability, thanks to the implant. The only mission Hatter has sent me on, Lolic, is one to go to Camp Grayling and plant a bug in their mainframe. And I intended to do that after exploring the area to the east, northeast of the Enclave, but I forgot Hatter's flash drive that he gave me at Detroit, so I have to go back and get it. It's in my camp there. So that was embarrassing. All right, let's leave a tank. Long since out of juice. Hexagonal holes here and there give away the adaptive camouflage pried off by enterprising tinkerers. Nobody's bothered to collect the inert hulk. But then why bother? The wars are over. Nobody's left here to fight them. A wall has collapsed onto it. You can still see the turret, the imposing barrel bent downward by the force of the rubble. You run your hand over the hull. It has the texture of a hardened LCD screen. There's a noise inside. You tap the side of the turret. Muffled yells respond. People are inside. Squatters trapped when the wall fell? It's too old a wreck to be the crew. You size up the task. It's big. There's a lot of rubble to shift on your own. You'd be visible and vulnerable while working on it. You might not have enough energy or time to rescue them, but you have to try. Hopefully you won't be seen. Tap out some made-up Morse code on the turret. They'll puzzle over it for days, but you'll leave them with hope. Walk away. You're not spending the next week digging. Ram rubbish down the air intake, seal it off. A quicker death would be doing them a favor. Well, we've got to at least try. No, he gave me one too, Lolic, but Hatter also gave me one. An hour into the task and you're worn out. There's just too much rubble to move it. It isn't going to work. The hammering from inside the tank is starting to fade as the initial excitement wears off. How do you tell them? Do you even bother telling them? What would it be like being buried alive, knowing your only hope is given up? Confused and frustrated, you sit down and try to figure out a plan. You're interrupted by a gang of slavers on the prowl for new stock. Time to go. You glance back at the tank full of condemned people. Bad dreams tonight guaranteed. Fatigued from significant physical exertion. Well, we are going to hide and get some sleep. And we're going to pop a little bit of Zolpidem to help with that. And our clean rags have fallen apart, but that's fine. Boy, that Zolpidem lasts just a little bit too long. We also badly need to refill our water. Alright. Oh, and something has respawned at our camp for us to search. That's good. Maybe. It's useless is what it is. Alright, so we need to check over here, and we need to check up here. Bullets can go there. And... Alright, what exactly direction? Okay, so due east first, and then due north of that, I guess. I really wish there were a way to control this with the arrow keys to move, because doing it with mouse and keyboard is a little bit irritating. Oh, what have we here? Some actual food. And I have the materials for fire on me. So that we're going to hang on to. The rest of that we're just going to use. Alright, so roughly southwest from here, or southeast rather. Abandoned buildings. Yeah, the stuff in the woods isn't going to be any good. But maybe the stuff here will, and I don't believe we've searched any of these yet. So there's not an awful lot of useful stuff there. Ah, there's a first aid kit. Ooh, with a fair bit of stuff in it. Painkillers. Ah, but no amoxicillin. The amoxicillin bottles are empty half the time. Plenty of clean rags, though. And those are the medical item that I seem to end up needing the most, so we're going to take them. Lolic, that doesn't happen. If you get a, what do you call it, a pill organizer, then the pills that come in it are anybody's guess whether they're safe pills or dangerous ones. But any pills that come in a labeled bottle, I've tested every one that I've gotten so far, and it seems that anything in a labeled bottle is always what it says on the bottle. I don't know if that's different in any of the mods, but in vanilla, that has always been the case in my experience. Boy, slim pickings here. Well, yeah, Lolic, that sounds very much like the kind of thing that a modder would deliberately go out of their way to change. Bah, just common items. Ask me to take 3-Dog Moonshirt? I already have one, Lolic. Oh, okay, a couple of cans. Those at least will be handy. Oh, take it off and break it down. No, Lolic, I get the very distinct impression you're trying to troll me in some way. Oh, good. Freaking sleeping bag.
Thank you.
Phone number, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that phone number. How are you doing? Huh? Bullets. And a knife. Whoa, whoops, that's not what I want to do. What's down here? Just water. Lolic, based on what you seem to be implying, I'm beginning to think the 3-Dog Moon t-shirt drives dogmen away. Is the very distinct sense that I'm getting. Eh. I wish there were just a delete all button so that I didn't end up having to leave this stuff on the ground for it to confuse me later on. Huh. Okay, there appears to be a body of water here. Oh, look at that. Whiskey. That's not something you usually find on the ground here. No, that's fine, Lolik. I get the impression we're getting towards the end of the game anyway, and I am keen to finish this. Because I would like to move on and play other games. It's just that as much as I enjoy open-ended games, this game has been so open-ended. I've consistently had no idea where to go. Huh? Well, it looks like a blue frog cultist ate dirt here. Actually, this sash is in better shape, so we'll grab that. And what have we here? Some delicious berries.
Thank you.
Miros, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I know, the Ronald McDonald head, Miros, has been the first thing everybody asks about when they drop by the stream. It's, I think it's just the head from a Ronald McDonald statue, because you can wear it over your other headgear, but... Hi, Decoy. Well, look, I'm not sure I trust you. You give me the very distinct impression you're trying to get me killed. Yeah, who else, Lolik? Who else would show up here and point me the way off a cliff and tell me there's treasure? Oh, holy hell! Now this right here, this is a good find. A full nanorobot medical kit. Never mind that it's not in great shape. That is pretty freaking incredible. Well, now we have a nice little safety net, I guess. Oh. Oh, we got some bruises. Well, fortunately, we've got this handy bottle of whiskey that we can use to disinfect these cuts, and we've got exactly 2 extra clean rags. Yeah, okay, Lolik, that's about what I expected. Yeah, person, that's a good question. Why am I reluctant to do something that might result in the irrevocable termination of my corporeal existence? Also, that's 2 sleeping bags. They really want to make sure you have enough sleeping bags in this game, don't they? I feel like that's all I'm carrying is sleeping bags. Oh, and now I'm sweating. Okay, I say we continue exploring the perimeter of this lake. Oh, that's deep water. Okay, so that is the lake. Oh, and there's somebody over here. Barefoot and blind, huh? Stranger offers a ceasefire. Oh, that must be, okay. That must just be a looter, then. Because, unlike the Bad Mothers, he is not strong or tough, and he is not immediately trying to kill me. I love how I go from heat exhaustion, I take off my coat for 1 minute, and then suddenly I'm shivering. This game really knows no moderation, does it? Oh, is each turn in this game 1 hour, Lolik? Is that how it works? Okay, if you're taking off your coat for an entire hour, then yeah, that makes a little more sense. Oh, 91% lighter, huh? Well, we're going to get rid of that 12% one, then. We're going to take that one. a gun in 1.4% condition. Well, that doesn't help us much, but those bullets most certainly do. Okay, these are 38s. That will hang on to... We'll eat those Twinkies. How many turns does it take for a full day to pass? It's funny you mention that, Lolic. I've never counted either. Oh, okay, there's another blue frog dude. So those guys are around.
Thank you. Yes.
Mortiferu,
Sincerely.
welcome back. Thank you so much for dropping in. I know, we were just talking about that, Mortiferu, about how time tends to fly, doesn't it? Oh, of course it's locked. Get out of here, then. Whole bunch of junk. Oh, and some fresh water. Not an awful lot else, though. Okay, good luck, Grim! Nobleman, it's to explore a section of the map I haven't been to and see if there's anything there. It'd be nice to find some leads on where to go next, but if we don't, I guess I'll just assume that the goal is Camp Grayling, and I'll go back down to Detroit and get the flash drive that I forgot to bring from Detroit, and then we'll go search Camp Grayling. Okay, actually... Ruined Bungalow might not be the worst place to set up a camp. Not with those shelter values anyway, but... Let's check the surrounding area first, because... Nope. Certainly not there. Huh. More bullets. Blasted, and I forgot to eat this meat. Ugh. Boy, that went bad quick. Man, I don't know why, but locked storage sheds never seem to have anything good. They always have almost nothing, and when they do have something, it's usually just some clothes. Okay, well, there's some bullets in an unlocked storage shed. Just where you wouldn't think to look for them. And there's a water tester. That'll be worth a decent amount of money, if nothing else. If there's anywhere here where we can sell it. Oh, good, Decoy. That was long overdue. The text in that game is way too bloody small. Oddly, it's one of the things that hurts that game the most, is how tiny the text is. And I'm not just talking about the dialogue text, I mean the UI text as well. The UI text is probably the biggest problem. Oh, look at this. Black cargo pants with more durability on them than what I currently have. Alright, Decor, let's see. Oh, good, finally! It actually is legible now. I hope they've made this change on consoles, though, and not just PC. Because consoles are where the change was actually needed. Oh, Ender Lilies Mortiferu. Yeah, people have recommended that to me before. I actually watched Nick play it a while ago. But I didn't end up, being into it enough to feel like playing it myself. Hey, Troimer. Ah, burned out buildings. Pretty soon I'm gonna need to find some food. Oh. Well. That's, more 45s. And also some rifle bullets from the looks of it. Whole lot of bullets we seem to have been finding, which is fine with me. They're worth quite a bit of money. All these blasted tarps, though. So that can go down there. Oh, there are Detroit guards here already? Close to the city, are we? Huh. Okay. So I guess this entire portion of the map then must just be water. And that must be a looter. This place used to be one of those indoor amusement arcades. Skee-ball, prize claws, and the like. It's been transformed into a carnival of blood now, though. So many bodies here you've lost count. Even the pinball machines are draped in them. Tags on the wall are just as prevalent. Blue frogs. The Church of the Blue Frog. This place is probably where they torture the heretics. The whole parlor is nothing but a mass grave. You notice movement. A man twitches violently as he hangs. Froggers must have strung him up minutes ago and left him to die. They could be back any moment. What are our options here? Cut him down. It's a risk if the Froggers catch you. Put him out of his misery quick as you can before getting out of there. You'd like to help, but it's too risky. Leave him dangling. Not your concern. Concentrate on frisking the corpses. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna say we'll try to save him. What's that, Tramer? I would love to something funny. One of the Great Lakes, maybe, nobleman, although I'm not sure that Michigan directly borders, or that, rather, that Detroit directly borders on a Great Lake. Michigan does, but... You start unfastening him. He's still breathing, choking and coughing, but alive. Supporting him, you manage to guide him to cover. You can't stay here, though. The Froggers will cordon off the parlor once they notice him missing. You offer to help him leave the area, but he refuses, waving you away. He can't talk, but he thrusts something into your hand and nods his head in appreciation. We got one bullet. Well, okay. Thanks. Oh boy, a crowbar. Alright, I'm gonna start working my way down south then, because Not only was this path a dead end, but I am getting hungry, and we are going to need to get some food. And there do not appear to be any animals over here in this part of the map for me to use as food, so... we will have to rely on the restaurants in Detroit. Wow, Tramer, maybe add an exception in Kaspersky to tell it that Knights of the Old Republic is not a virus. Okay, Tramer, well, possibly just disable it while you're playing KOTOR and re-enable it afterward. Because, yeah, that is weird. Also, hi, Floofin. Oh. Wow. Okay, see now... This... An almost brand new gun is the kind of thing that is the reason why I carry this. So what we can do here... And Tramer, you're wise to be, but that's about the only solution. Spent cartridge, spent cartridge, spent cartridge. That we need. And then this. And this. There we go. And my crowbar can go in the sled. This can go on my back. One thing that's really stupid and that really annoys me about guns in this game is that just having them in your hand causes their durability to deteriorate. Alright, we're gonna just rest here. Something approaches as you slumber. Oh, it's a dog! And it ran away. I guess it saw the clown mask. Something is sneaking toward me. Wait, what happened? How... How did I end up bleeding? Something hit me. Didn't even have a chance to see what it was. It's probably that dog. Alright, you bastard. Yeah, okay. You are not going anywhere. You think you can just walk up in the middle of the night and ambush me? Lethal trap. Screw you. Yeah, decoy, I can imagine that, but I don't have to, because it's called Breath of the Wild. Alright. Small campfire. There we go. Okay, well, actually, that, rather fortuitously, has bought us a little bit of time. Holy hell. Oh, but this one's only 2.5%. No point taking that. That's disappointing. And actually... Oh, it was a looter. Well, let's keep working our way south because we're now going to have to offload a bunch of stuff at Detroit and pick up the... Oh! How about that? A shopping cart in 91% condition. It doesn't get much better than this. But we can't put that in there anyway. Alright then. And that I guess we can ditch now that we have this. And now we have to take this off for a moment while we rest, because otherwise we will just die of heat exhaustion. Also, now we're starting to get into territory where people are killing each other, and there's just stuff lying around. No charges. And but all the stuff left lying around here does pique my interest because... Yep, see, it's possible that people are just leaving stuff on the ground that might be of use to me. Fortunately, these buildings don't seem to contain a lot of it. Then again, we did find a brand new med kit in one of those buildings. Well, a nanorobot kit with 3 charges anyway, not brand new, but 3 charges is crazy. That's a full nanorobot med kit, and I've already got a kit in newer condition. That we can use them with if need be. Eh. Interesting, Lolic. So the looters just wander around filling up their inventories with whatever they can get, huh? Oh, I see a blue frog guy over there killing dudes. We'll have to go check that out as soon as the blue frog dude leaves. Ooh, Twinkies. Junk. Junk. And this is a locked storage shed, so it's almost certainly going to contain junk. Yup. And actually... let's have a look at the spot where... oh, there he is. At the spot where that blue frog killed a dude. Yup, sure enough. Unfortunately, he didn't really have anything good. Okay, yeah, that was a blue frog. We don't want to get anywhere near him. Because he's got the Rona, and we do not need to catch that. Even though I am wearing my mask. Oh, a noise trap. Not my people, Lolic. I'm just disguised as one so they don't try to kill me. Because if you're not wearing the sash, they attack you on sight. I'm a spy. I just blend in. Lala, can you actually take anything the bad mothers say seriously? Those dudes are cannibals. If you trust them, you're nuts. Oh, okay, we've stopped getting any loot, so we must be within a certain distance of Detroit. Yup. Basically, anything in the immediate vicinity of the city has already been looted to hell. So what we're going to do here is we're going to build a tarp shelter. We're going to put it in here sideways because that's the only way there's room for it. We're going to take one of these blasted sleeping bags I've been lugging around. We're going to put that in here. And we're going to take a bunch of these cans. I think we need some string, and we need some of these. Yes. Ah. And in a pinch, there's a bang-up camp. We got what we need. We got shelter, we got sleep, we got alertness. And we can hide to make ourselves much harder to see. And we can have some food. And we can have some rest, hopefully. Yeah, I'm sure that's safe. Lolek, and not a terrible idea. Huh? Look at that, we just used up our last water. And wouldn't you know it, there's more water. Ah, blasted, I'm still hidden. I always forget to unhide. Hiding while you're moving when you don't need to hide wastes turns. Alright, let's stop at the last chance and eat up. And now, finally... Now, finally, we can start pawning off some of this stuff that we don't need. Such as these .38 caliber bullets, which are for a revolver, which I don't have, because I have this. Which reminds me... that right there is a tidy little $700. This by itself would be a nice, nearly $800 if I felt like selling it, but I really probably should hang on to this. Because that is one item which could come in very handy. We probably could stand to organize this a bit better. Go there, I suppose. This can go there. Alright, yeah, that's a little better. That's fine where it is. And... that we will trade for a full one. Okay. Oh, bloody hell, and I meant to sell stuff from my vehicle, too. So that can go... actually, that can go on my back. And we now need to... actually, we need to store these bullets because... I'm not sure if the game calculates any actual difference in damage between the Full Metal Jacket and jacketed hollow point rounds for this gun. Now I have plenty of each. It would be great if I could figure out where I've been storing them. Yeah, this originally was my, my travel pack, but now I'm just using it to store, medical materials. I'm trying to remember. Might have been here. Ah! Since this is primarily a melee character, I've been saving all the bullets I find for the weapons I actually have, because everything just dies with one hit from this broad spear. But because I haven't been using bullets, as you can see, I've ended up with a rather considerable supply of them. In many ways, I'm sad that I didn't choose a ranged build, although the benefit of the melee build is that it does not require ammunition. Oh wow, the cart's durability goes down quick. I don't know though, Lolik, that's the thing. I don't think that if I were a ranged build, I would have this much ammo. As a ranged build, I'd be using my ammunition, and I suspect it would always be in constant short supply. So I don't know if modding it to make it unreasonably difficult to find ammunition is any better. I don't personally think it is. Also, where was that flash drive? Lolik, just making everything depend on RNG is not better. Using RNG judiciously in a way that isn't overbearing and that doesn't make everything in the game dependent on it is one thing. It can help a little to add a little bit more uncertainty, but vanilla ranged build is OP for a whole other reason? What reason is that? Firearms aren't the only range... Well, yeah, bows. And I guess the sling in the beginning of the game, but the sling, I used it for a little while, and it doesn't seem all that good. I think it's just there so that you have a ranged weapon that you can always find the materials for no matter where you are. Depends on ammo? What do you mean? More weight on ammo equals more damage? I'm not sure that's true. At least not in vanilla, Lolik. It might be in a mod. But I've done a little bit of testing, and First of all, most of the ammunition weighs exactly the same. You can see that both types of bullets for the 45 weigh exactly the same. So, you must only be referring to a mod, Lolic. Or that must only be true of a mod. Oh, you mean the slingshot? Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, I know that with the regular rocks, the slingshot can only hold a couple of them, whereas with pebbles, it can hold a lot more. I get that, if that's what you're saying. Right now, somewhere in here, I need to locate my, flash drive from Hatter. Because I know I stashed it in here somewhere. The question is, where? It's not in one of these cans, is it? No? Okay, then it must be in here. Aha! There it is. It looks like Dinky is keeping an eye on it. I trust Dinky. I don't think anybody wants to mess with him. Okay, first things first. Those go back in. And actually, those can go in there. I guess I'll just use the cart for stuff that I will be using for camps. Hey, Fontez, welcome! How are you doing, Fontez? It's good to see you. Yeah, the hat is... The clown face is an item I found. It's just equipment. I kept meaning to make a text command to explain the clown head because everybody asks about it. But by the time I actually remember to make such a command, we're going to be done with the game and there'll be no point. Okay. All right, well, let's head back into the city. And let's just check the shops one more time. Head towards Tower 48. I wonder if there's anything back there. Oh, we can, after we talk to Kale, we actually can, we can go back to Tower 48 and try again. Huh. Okay, well... I guess we've got everything we came for. That's the same as before. Alright, let's check out the canteen truck. Ask about the roast. It says $48. Let's see if it actually... We've got 36,496. So that should go down to 448 if we buy this. Let's ask about the roast. What's the roast? Track rabbit, he says, before you finish. Then, sensing your confusion, catch of the day in enunciated syllables. So much for licensed food providers, it seems. Okay, it didn't actually charge us for it. For some reason, there's a price listed. Roast up, he shouts over his shoulder. His assistant carves some meat from the roast. They tumble onto some cabbage when cut loose. Hands the plate to the vendor, who almost literally throws a splash of red-colored sauce onto the edges of the meat. You settle your payment and step away with grub in hand. Okay, yeah, that was only $8. Roast isn't bad, in fact. Gamey, to be sure, and a bit milder than the stuff one finds out there. There's some stringiness and gristle to it, too. Less desirable in days past, but proof you have actual meat in this case. Meat of what, you're probably better off not knowing. I mean, track rabbit, whatever a track rabbit is. Cabbage is actually a nice touch, despite its rank among cheap nutrients. Fresh-cooked veggies are not common fare these days. You gulp down the last bites and get your bearings again. Hey, Venetia, welcome! Venetia, it didn't actually get cut short. What you want to do is you want to go to the last episode of it on YouTube and look in the comments, or else watch the last 30 seconds of the last episode, Venetia, and there will be some instructions pointing you to the video description and a link to click in the video description. Click that link, and the link will take you to a secret expendable throwaway channel where the rest of that playthrough is uploaded, so as not to endanger my main channel. And Venetia, there's really only so much I can discuss about that here without spoiling chat out of context. But if you're talking about P5 Royal, Royal was basically a universal improvement over the original. All of the new content in Royal that they added was great. The changes they made to the game in terms of systems and stuff they added were really very good for the most part. And I ended up walking away from P5R with the impression that it was just a pretty near universal improvement. Let's check out the convenience store. Look at that, bottled water. And painkillers, which I've almost assembled a full bottle of. We'll have some Twinkies. And we'll grab a couple of cans of soup. In fact, we'll grab a few. Ah, hell, you know what? We'll take all the food, because we are going to need it. Because we have a long trek ahead of us. Much though I hate to do this, we're going to get rid of some of these bottles, and we're going to oh God. I think I just accidentally destroyed my backpack. That's not very convenient. But this is why I back up my saves. I don't know, Fontez. I haven't finished the game, so if I had an answer to that, I would provide it for you. But I don't. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Fontez, is I'm looking for a path to the end game. just take all of that. All the junk food. Doesn't matter, it's calories. Sure, Decoy, but in a post-apocalyptic wasteland where any food you get is better than no food, you take what you can find. It's honestly bizarre to me that the city of Detroit, walls aside, doesn't seem to have suffered at all from the apocalypse, and it's still just Detroit. Like, you can still just walk into the city and everything is normal. There are cars, there are roads, there are highways, there are apartment towers, there's, you know, there are shops, there's a clinic, there's even a diner, like an old 1950s style, mid-century modern diner, where you can go eat, and you can get jumbo fried shrimp with collard greens, black-eyed peas, and peach cobbler, fried chicken, mac and cheese, and red beans with rice, or a Cadillac burger, mashed potatoes with gravy, and cornbread. In the middle of a post-apocalyptic world, in the city of Detroit. We talked about this last time, but no, Lolic, the Cadillac burger is not from Cadillac Man. It was so named by Nat King Cole. So we're going to get the fried chicken, because I like fried chicken. Although I do also like jumbo shrimp. For once, fried chicken might be the healthiest thing for you. After days in the wild, a little bit of body fat might actually do you some good. When it arrives, you can almost taste the greasy spices from its intoxicating scent. Forgoing utensils, you dive into the chicken, and it slides easily off the bone into your gullet. The mac and cheese is rich and creamy, and the beans and rice feels like it'll fill your stomach for days. If paradise was a dish, it'd be fried chicken in front of a starving scavenger. You lean back and let out a contented sigh. For once, your stomach is full, the air is comfortable, and there's no rain on your head. I mean, I've been building tarp shelters and sleeping in abandoned offices, so hopefully rain hasn't been an issue. Your server comes by the table, leaves a receipt, and carries off your tableware. Someone just served you. It's going to be hard facing the wilderness again after this. You turn the receipt over, and under some scribbling, it reads $24.50. I mean, with the amount of money we've got here, we could probably get by living in Detroit, or at any rate, living outside the city in the slums for a fair while. We're going to pay the bill. It's a hefty price for a plate, but the brickload of food in your stomach will definitely last a while. Plus, there aren't a lot of chickens running around out in the wilderness, let alone deep fryers. Must be some sort of vertical farm around here. No room for anything but. You pay for the meal, then a thought occurs to you. Do people still tip? We'll leave a tip. Yeah, pretty much, McBonely. That's accurate. That's basically what's going on. Whether tipping is still the rule or not, you have a feeling you'll be back here again. Can't hurt to leave a good impression. You dole out a bit extra for the fine meal. And then, of course, there's Haggerty Health Clinic, which is less a clinic from the looks of it than a small hospital. And here as well, there's also an on-site augmentation clinic where patients can elect for prosthetic enhancements. So not only do you go here to have your diseases cured, but you can also have them install robotic implants, which I've already done. I know that some of the mods add additional implants, but the only ones that are available in the standard version of the game, the unmodded version, are eye implants. A little bit, Lolik. It's all concrete and dystopian, that's for sure. Which is funny because it's a clinic. Hey, Anonmaru! I know, Lolik, that's really disappointing to me. Like, I'm really sad that there's not more to do in Detroit. You finally find your way here after wandering around the western portion of the map for probably a long time. And probably a number of attempts to play the game, because you get killed constantly in your sleep by bad mothers and packs of feral dogs. And then you finally do make it down here, and all there is to do is eat and visit the apartment complex and get some implants and then leave. And there's an entire building on the city map. This one right here, this one on the right, this gigantic tower that looks like it was intended to be a destination the player could visit, but there's nothing here. There's no objective. And this place in the center as well, there's nothing there. So it looks like they had ideas that they wanted to implement, but they just never implemented them. And that, to me, is really unfortunate, although I suppose the silver lining is somebody who is, as you say, Lolik, talented at modding could probably do a lot more with this, and they could probably add a lot of interesting stuff to do here. I did read up a little bit on a couple of the mods that exist for this game currently, and apparently there are at least a couple of them that add additional prosthetic enhancements you can get, which I guess give you other perks. But I'm not sure that I'm not sure that any of the mods there actually add any new events to the city. I've watched bits and pieces of Let's Plays of them, Decoy, but no, I never had access to those games back in the day when they first came out. My parents were super anti-video games at that time, so I wasn't allowed. And I had a Mac anyway, not a PC, so I'm not sure they would have run on my computer. Decoy. Although I guess there's probably a greater likelihood that they would have run on it back then than there is now. Because in the beginning, Apple and Microsoft operating systems ran on very similar hardware because Microsoft basically stole their platform from Apple. Decoy, unfortunately, these days I don't have much time to play games for just myself off stream. And starting probably in the next 2 or 3 days with a little bit of luck, if the package I'm waiting for comes in on time, I'm probably not going to have all that much time even to stream for a while. Probably for a good 2, maybe 3 months. Because I'm going to be starting work on a fairly large project, and I suspect that it'll take a fair while before that's done. Podlish, I'm talking the 80s and the 90s, and maybe I am thinking IBM. Because I'm pretty sure that the original Macintosh operating system and IBM shared a great deal of their code in common, which I remember at the time hearing was due to some kind of theft of code by one of those companies. Yeah, Lolik, go do what you need to do. Get some sleep, make some dinner. Thank you for hanging out. It's good to see you, Lolik, and with a little bit of luck, I won't figure out how to get to the end of the game before you come back. Have a good night. Yeah, Decoy, that kind of scumbaggery has been going on between these companies for the past 30 years anyway. And for the most part, they've gotten away with it. I wish, Echo Drop. I still don't think that game exists. I don't believe it. Everything that FromSoft has been doing for the past 7 or 8 months is just Miyazaki and George R.R. Martin sitting in Miyazaki's office playing Dark Souls 3. Okay, Podlesh, yeah, that, now that you describe it that way, I guess that does sound a little bit more familiar, stealing machine code. I know they stole stuff from each other, we'll put it that way. I think we've got everything that we can get from here at the moment. Decoy, where did you hear that Martin hasn't been a part of the Elden Ring project for years? Because, I mean, if he won't even finish Game of Thrones, I don't know how they expected him to contribute anything to Elden Ring. He probably just gave Miyazaki his old notebook from Game of Thrones and said, "Here you go, dude. Enjoy. I'm going back to jump on my trampoline now." I see, Echo Drop. Well, let me know if you manage to track down the interview. Because the gameplay trailer they showed for it certainly looked quite a lot like it's going to basically play like a Souls game. And Martin isn't a game developer, so I imagine he probably only contributed to the lore and to the world building, if at all. I hope not, Podlish. That would really irritate me if they decided to break it up into episodes and then release it as episodes. Oh, okay. Decoy and Echo Drop each have a different article, so it looks like... It looks like there are multiple sources reporting on that. Okay. Well, I can't say that that's a huge surprise. I imagine he probably wouldn't have had that much time to contribute, and they probably would have had their work cut out for them just getting him to do anything. I have to wonder how much he got paid for his involvement with Elden Ring. It sounds like he didn't actually contribute all that much from the look of these articles, and I imagine just having his name on the project probably was worth a nice, fat, 7-figure paycheck. Yeah, the world building and characters. Okay, that figures. From would periodically show him enemy and graphic designs. He's excited for the final game. Man! That's what I want, is a full Let's Play of Elden Ring by George R.R. Martin with live commentary. We need that uploaded to YouTube is what we need. Oh, I'm sure they did, Decoy, and if the game is as, revolutionary or as expansive as everyone seems to think it is, then I'm sure they'll make that back even more. An anime of what, Echo Drop? Elden Ring? Hello, Xiao, and hello, the Delta. Welcome to both of you. Sorry, the Delta, I didn't catch it when you first came in because I had one of these articles open. Yeah, I'm sure he did, Decoy. That's one of the biggest problems about being a writer. Is writer's block. Well, Decoy, considering Sekiro is set in Japan, yes, it would be very easy to adapt. As for the Souls games proper, I don't know. I guess it depends on what studio did the animation and where they sourced their voice actors. Among other things. An OVA of Bloodborne. Oh, there's an idea. There we go. That clears up a little more room. Echo Drop, I don't deal in fan fiction. If you want fanfic, go ask Paige. I'm sure she'll be happy to provide you with some. Hello, Boomalope. Welcome. No, I don't have a Gauss rifle because I don't have the skills I need to make one. I have neither mechanic nor electrician. Alright, let's see if Hatter's around. Oh, and then there's this that I meant to bring with me. That can go here. Because I have a feeling I'm going to need all that tin foil. Yeah, Decoy, one of the best ways to write yourself in a corner is to make plot decisions on a whim. But a lot of writers still fall prey to the habit, unfortunately. I know I used to. All right, we've got our... We've got our materials that we need. There's that little bit to explore due north. Oh, and we should probably also... We should check to see what these idiots drop, because sometimes they drop good stuff, although it doesn't look like these particular ones did. But a Yukon backpack in 90% condition is nothing to sneeze at. These we have room for. Those we don't need. However, one very helpful thing we can do here is we can stash this stuff in there. And then we can stash this over here. And put that there. Oh, maybe we can't. There we go. And as a matter of fact, we can put all of our camping stuff in here. And that clears up a substantial amount of room in our main inventory. And we'll wait for this guy to... Oh, okay. I don't know what it is about non-player characters dropping shoes all over the place. But they seem to do that quite a lot. Those are actually some nice new pants. Don't mind if I do. Okay, then. Yeah, Decoy, usually killing off the main character is a sign that the author just wants the series to end. That they're sick of writing. Or that they're sick of their fans in the case of people like Tolkien. Oh! Don't mind if I do. God, and what is with all these cans? Now all of a sudden everybody's carrying one. Matter of fact, we could just put these all in here. Welcome back, Zyric. Yes, I imagine it is. I hope insurance is going to fix that. Because otherwise, what are you paying them for? Okay, we're still too close to the city for it to be worth looting anything here. However... Ah. It is worth checking the items that are dropped on the ground to see if there is a situation like this where somebody got owned. Hydrocodone, huh? That is a prescription painkiller. Oh, look, and another bottle of hydrocodone. Eh. Ah. Wow. Okay, well... that... we can definitely use... and actually... That's not going to fit there. I can just go there for the time being, I guess. Actually, go there. Huh? And let's see if there's anything good. Doesn't look like it. Really, no useful items at all. Oh, but a whole bunch of that stuff looks like it respawned. Oh, how the... There. Alright, let's see about these storage sheds then. Oh, that saucepan I definitely can use. Well, just because I said I can use it doesn't mean I need another one. Wow. Can we fit this? Yes, we can. I think we'd make better use of it if we put it there. That went there. I'm not sure we actually need all these crowbars, but... yeah, that is much more economical. Stumbled into a patch of black mold. Well, that's fine. It just means we need to schnoof a little bit of amoxicillin. I don't think amoxicillin actually cures black mold exposure symptoms, but maybe in this universe it does. And we can't afford to actually eat these chips because they make us thirsty. However, ooh, we get back the amoxicillin we just used. And we got a little bit more hydrocodone. Which hopefully we won't need, because hydrocodone is the super duper powerful, terrifying painkiller. It's probably this universe's equivalent of a... what do you call it? An opioid. And actually, this gun, I can feel a little bit more at liberty to use since it doesn't have 100% durability on it, and I won't be messing it up by equipping it. Oh, well, those unfortunately I think are, yup, they're the wrong kind of bullets. Oh, blast it, that's not what I intended to do. I hate accidentally clicking that button. Well, those are 38s. But maybe we'll find a use for them. Alright, we've got full stacks of that stuff now, so that's good. Where are we? Okay, we need to just keep heading north then. Huh? Actually, can we fit one more of these? No, not nearly. And once again, not nearly. If we could fit one more... Actually, maybe we can. Ah, just barely. I think if we were to get rid of a crowbar, we could. Yeah, we could. Hang on, I wonder if there'd be enough room. No, there's not. If we were to put this here. Yeah, we would then not be able... Okay. Well... in that case, we will take the one that's in better condition. Oh. Well, that's another sleeping bag for me. I don't think I can even set up enough camps to use all these sleeping bags. We'll just have to sell what we don't end up needing. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Oh, these guys are just looters. Holy hell, but it looks like he somehow survived an encounter with a blue frog. 74%, 70%. This has no duration left on its cartridges, though, unfortunately. Well, the gun's in okay shape. But as much as I'd like to take it with me, it's not really practical. Because I don't have anywhere to put it. guess I could carry it on my back. What we can maybe do is get rid of that, put that there. And I believe we can put a... Oh, maybe we need a little more. Maybe we need... No, Broomalope, the gun is too long to fit in the cart. I've tried many a time. I could have sworn that we could make a... We could make a rifle strap out of string. Aha! We can, I just needed more little bits. There. Oh, and rather conveniently, we are back at the camp that I set up. And it looks like everything I put here is still here. That's great. That means... we can try to get a little bit of rest. That'll do. Okay. Well, we are... just about ready. But first, let's just check. Because, oh no, that's just the sole of somebody's shoe. Sheesh. And I can't say I'm terribly interested in this laptop, but... yeah, of course. Oops. Alright. Now we should be able to... Yeah, of course it's locked. I don't know what I was expecting. Junk. Most of the rest of this stuff is also junk, if not all of it. There's no need for the battery, Boomalope. I have nothing to put charges in. I've got my cell phone already that's got 3 fully charged batteries. That's all I really need. Yeesh. Wow, okay, Boy, now I'm up to my armpits in guns. Looks like there were at least 2 people who killed each other here. Oh, I know, Boomalope, I'm aware, but I have lighters already. I don't need a sparker. What I might be able to do, though... just barely... Not enough room. Now, if I had a second one of these backpacks instead, I probably could fit this. Yeah, pretty much, Zyric. That would have to go across the top. Well, it occurs to me... maybe we could... Oh, that'll only make just so much room. What if... I was afraid that might be the case. Okay, I have another idea. Oh, that doesn't nearly do it either. It's going to be the same problem because this is a square container. We need to be able to put this here. Because we can't have it going here. Yep. Well, that is quite disappointing. And we need a crowbar. We absolutely can't do without a crowbar. So, yeah, this is gonna... We're not gonna have room for that. Not that I have any bullets for it, nor could I use it, but it would be nice to be able to sell it to the ATN when we get over that way, because we're gonna have to. Once we've explored this and this, there's only really this. Everything down here we already know is the Black Swamp. Then there's the whole rest of this. I don't know what that is. Camp Grayling is up here. This, I'm guessing, is probably just water. You know what maybe we could do? Oh, that doesn't really help either. Okay, so we do have one other option, which is put all this stuff in here. That goes there. This goes here. This we leave behind. And this we carry for what good it's going to do. Oh, and there's an ATN dude. Wonder what he's doing here. Blue from the opposite of milk? Probably just water. Oh, this guy's fine. We don't need to worry about him. Alright, and we're far away from civilization now, so now I suspect we will start seeing... Yup, better rewards. Well, in a manner of speaking. Locked, of course. Oh, that battery's got some charge in it. I tell you what, we'll use this battery to store charge for now. None of that crap matters. That we can't use. Oh, right, now we have heat exhaustion. Because apparently my coat is just too warm. Nothing useful. Once again, nothing useful. Ah, that's just a lake. We don't want to be getting water from stagnant sources, though. Oh, look! Another sleeping bag. A pair of nearly new binoculars. But we have room for this. Plus, I've already got a bunch of the smaller and more economical sleeping bags. Oh, what have we here? We've even got some Twinkies. Oh, I know, Boomalope, but I've got plenty already. I've got a whole backpack full of chip bags. Bah. Alright, so hang on. I need to... Okay, I guess there's still a little bit to the... just barely the southwest. Oh! Well, if it isn't my good buddy Dogman. So that's who's been killing everyone. what we need here. Is to organize things a little bit better so that everything will fit. Alright, now... Don't think I don't see you there. Hey! You get back here this instant. He ran away. Just when I was looking for food, too. Oh, we got some whiskey. It looks for all the world like the dogmen have just been wandering around here killing everybody they meet. And I suspect that's probably why there are so many items on the ground. But most of them are crap. Ah! Except that... That right there is a full bottle of whiskey. I'm saying there are bloodthirsty cryptids wandering around the area, Decoy. Yes. Oh, it's a deer. Okay, well... Now it's dinner. Come on, damn it. I guess not. I missed it. Damn it all. Oh, the dog man's probably gonna kill him. Right, I bet if I snuck up on him, even he ran away. Nobody wants to play with me. Decoy, apparently I'm the serial murder all the other serial murders plus the local wildlife are terrified of. Alright. So, we're going to leave the cart here. We're going to hide. Then we're going to sneak up. Well, maybe not sneak up. Then we're going to stab him. And then we're going to stab him again. Then we're going to stab him again. And, okay, he died of cardiac arrest. So, we're going to process the carcass. We're going to grab this. And then we're going to make a fire. Not much we can do with that coat, though. We don't have room for it. Well, we might have room for it if we put it in this backpack, actually. Yeah, most sensible people would run, Boomalope. No, Decoy, I'm not role-playing. This just happens to be the set of equipment that I got. That seems most effective. Okay, so now I'm going to eat the stuff that has less durability first. And I'm reasonably certain... Oh, we're not going to be able to quite fit that. Unless we shuffle some stuff around. So you see what I mean, Boomalope, that I have plenty of foil. And now, thanks to our generous dogman friend over there, I have plenty of food. Not to mention, I have a good camp. So we're going to put together a tarp shelter. We're going to put together... a few can traps. We're going to put together a few more can traps, or a couple more anyway. And we're going to grab one sleeping bag. And we are going to throw it in the camp. And there's our camp. And now we are going to snoof some sleeping pills. We're going to hide. And we're going to get some much needed rest. Alright. We're going to unhide because I always forget to do that. Oh, you know what? That shoe will hang on to. And that crowbar can go down there. And go there, since it'll be handy to have one at the camp. Not that I expect we'll be back here, but... Right, it looks like we only have a tiny bit of this section to the southwest left to explore. Ceasefire with him. A whole lot here, really. Oh, a first aid kit. Those are always helpful, and it even has a little bit of amoxicillin. And actually, it's got some painkillers as well. So we'll take those. Thirsty, huh? Really? Yeah, man, these locked storage sheds are the worst. They never contain anything good. Well, this we can hang on to. Yeah, these we can use to replenish stuff we've already consumed. Huh. Oh, how about that? A black shirt in better shape than the one we had on. Oh, and some more painkillers. And actually, that makes a full bottle of painkillers. Okay, well, I guess that's that explored. So there's just this. Eh. What I'm really hoping to see is another nanorobot medical kit. Or, you know, one of the big money prizes. Not that I even need the money, but... that's just what I hope I find. No such luck, though, it looks like. Okay, so I guess we want to go a little bit southwest. Oh! Right, remind me to... well, you don't have to remind me, because I'm going to remember to do this. Because we're dying of heat exhaustion here. Oh, it looks like that looter is running away from the blue frog guy. As well he should. Oh, what have we here? A hunting rifle. With bullets in it. Well, I can't take it, and it's got less durability than my current one. So I'm going to keep the current one. Huh. Oh, look at this. Ah, empty. I hate when that happens. This, though, is brand new, so we'll hang on to that. These... we'll also hang on to. And the rest of this is just junk. Okay, just a little bit south and west of here, and then we'll be... Oh, I already see on the map where it's, Oh, and you know what? Since there's a river here, now is a perfect opportunity to replenish our water. Well, okay. There. Alright, yes, this is where I'm hoping we will find something. That is a guy wearing a Three Dog Moon t-shirt. I make it a point not to talk to strangers out here, she cautions, so just move along and we won't need to bother each other none. Okay, well... Oh! There's a blue frog guy over there. That's what these guys are freaking out about. Basil, clean water in this game, it turns out, due to a programming oversight, only stacks with other clean water. So if you already have some sterilized water on you, you can gather water from a water source and try to stack them together. And if they stack, then the water you gathered was clean. And if they don't, then the water you gathered was contaminated. So it's a bit of an exploit, I guess. But it's in the game by default, so I consider it fair. Oh, and then, of course, after all that, now I find 2 bottles of sterilized water. Well, I'll just hang on to them. You can never have enough fresh water in a game like this, or indeed in a situation like this. Looks like we also found, woo, I think just enough whiskey to, yes indeed, now we've got 2 full bottles of whiskey. So that's about $500 we just made there. And we're not even done looting this place yet. Oh, and it looks like a bunch of stuff just respawned here. Look at that. More whiskey. Another almost full bottle of whiskey. This place apparently has the valuable scores. Although these are all just locked storage sheds, it looks like, so... Yeah, oh, okay, well, a brand new flashlight. For what good that does. And a nearly broken multi-tool. It certainly seems to, Decoy. More's the pity. Look at all these shacks in the woods. This must have been a survivalist community. Spear. A boot. And a sleeping bag to replace the one that we just left at our last camp. Boy, now we really are running out of room. Okay, well, we don't need it, strictly speaking. And I doubt any of the rest of these are going to have anything good in them because... Oh, well... Some bullets. I believe those are actually even 45 rounds. Oh, no, they are... These are 45 rounds, but the others are 38. And look at that, we've got a small battery sparker. I think that's going to be too much help, but... Another can. And a scope. These shacks in the woods usually seem to contain scopes, but very rarely actually have guns. Oh, look at that. What do you know? Ask and you shall receive, I guess. That's pretty incredible. Unfreaking believably lucky. $39 for this in 9.8% condition. Yeah, really what it is it's the suspension refills. These are $250 each. And for good reason, because the Nanorobot Medical Kit is the most powerful healing item in the game, bar none. And you had better believe I am going to find room for these refills. I also need to remember to actually eat this meat before it spoils on me. Okay, so we've got this whole blob of the map left to explore. Wait a minute. I have a camp here? Where are we? Oh, okay. So what I think I'm going to do is we'll cut northwest through here toward the ATN Enclave so that I can sell some stuff. Someone's calling you from the building ahead, top floor. You can't see it, but it sounds like she's on her own. She's calling out that her foot is caught in a rodent snare. You remember the canned salmon girl, the one who tried, you suspect, to bait you into a trap. Cynical? Maybe, but you estimate there are more cynics left alive than not. Moving closer, you notice that the building itself is on its last legs. One decent heave-ho in the right spot, it might all come crashing down. Still, you can't tell from here if she's telling the truth. Have to go inside to know for sure. If you're careful, maybe you can get her out of there without the whole place coming down. Worth a try. Won't hurt to poke your head in the door and assess the situation. You aren't going to be suckered into another trap. Heave-ho, topple the building. Bye, girl. You'll save her. Sure you will. Insist that she throws down her gear to you first, just in case. And her shirt. You need it for bandages. Wow. Let's have a little look first, before we commit. Peering through the open door, you can't see much through the gloomy interior. Shards of sunlight highlight rubble and ordinary building detritus. Difficult to form a judgment one way or the other. Cautiously taking a few steps inside, you pause, waiting for your sight to acclimate to the low light. Gradually, you make out the building's interior. There's a corridor, probably leading to the stairwell. Looks like a typical rabbit warren of an old office. Numerous open-plan dividers litter the ground. A faded faux wood sign reads reception. What you weren't expecting were the noises. Subdued breathing sounds, muted, close. Hard to tell, but there's at least 3, possibly more. Clearly the building itself isn't the main danger, it's what's lurking within. Carefully, quietly, you back out. That, you realize, striding away, was a close call. The woman calls out after you, still pleading for your help. Bullshit, I knew that was an ambush. Okay, well, this, I guess, was just a temporary camp that looks to have fallen apart. So what we are going to do is we are going to find these things. What the heck? Okay, hang on. Huh. It seems for some reason as though some of the items on the ground are not showing up. There should be a spare tarp. But for whatever reason, there isn't one. Well, whatever. That goes there. Condition 0.1%. Oh, I see. I see what the problem was. The problem was the stupid recipe automatically used... Okay, we're going to get rid of that. We're going to make sure those sticks are actually at 100% durability. All right, there we go. Hey, Puff, welcome! Oh, gee, thanks, Puff. I'm so glad you thought of me under those circumstances. Another water tester with no charges. Whole lot of crap. Oh, and some locations here apparently respawned. Actually, we do have room for one more of those. Puff, yeah, there are a lot of things about it that I like, although there are some things about it that could certainly use a bit more polishing. Oh, 96.5% black cargo pants to replace the already relatively intact ones I'm wearing. And the rest of this can just go. Another part of the reason I'm destroying these items rather than just leaving them on the ground is because the game is already starting to struggle to load all of the map tiles I have already explored. And I'm worried that the more items I just leave lying on the ground, the more risk there is that the game will crash. You inbound or outbound? Outbound, inbound, huh? Oh, outbound. Outbound, you say confidently. All right. He immediately looks past you and moves on, as if searching for someone else. Who are you looking for? Ah, nothing, man, nothing. He moves on. Oh, okay. These guys might be fighting. Nope, they're just dropping stuff. No, actually, that wasn't someone dropping stuff. That was somebody's shoe falling apart. Yeah, Basil, I do. And I'm sort of vaguely on my way back to the ATN Enclave to sell it. But it'll be a minute before we get there. Whole lot of stuff. None of it worth keeping. Although, I will scarf these Twinkies and some jelly bears. Once again, nothing. What have we here? Oh. Just somebody. Somebody whose shoe fell apart again, right in front of us. Alright, this looks promising. We've got a couple of intact office buildings. Wow. Not a single item out of that one. And not a single remotely useful item out of that one. And a whole bunch more of this kind of thing. Blast it, and I forgot to eat that meat before it went bad. But that's a very nearly intact boot. So we'll take that. Those do seem to be pretty common. Maybe if we keep searching, we'll find a left boot to match it. Yeah, of course it's locked. Nearly intact wrench. Not that we really need that, or any of the rest of this stuff. Looks like more dudes are dropping stuff. Oh, no, he dropped himself, is what he dropped. Or somebody dropped him. That we will take. This is all useless. And we don't really need another can. Let's see what's in here. Oh! Okay. A loaded shotgun in considerably better condition than the one we're carrying. Well, it's a shame we can't bring this one, but we just don't have room for it, and I'm not leaving it on the ground for a blue frog to find and equip. Basil, if you have hacking skill, the smartphones can be used for hacking, or they can be broken into and you can steal the data from them. If you don't have hacking, and I don't, then all they're good for is their GPS app. And I think there may be one other app on them that that can be used as well. I don't remember what it is. Oh, what have we here? Ah, boo. The sled is barely intact. How's our cart doing? 55%. Yeah, it's fallen apart slowly but surely. What do you know? Another first aid kit. Plenty of clean rags. I'm not upset about seeing those. Although at this point, I'm kind of up to my armpits in painkillers. What I would really like to see is a little more amoxicillin. Ah, blastin'. I didn't mean to confirm that without selecting all the abilities. More painkillers. Man, it's either feast or famine in this game. When you need medicine, there's none to be found. When you've already become God and you'll never need medicine again, you're up to your armpits in this stuff. Oh, well, that is a plastic sled in somewhat better condition. And some Twinkies. Now, that sled... we can put a strap on this sled in order to be able to better... Oh, we can't put that in our hand. I am fairly certain, however... Oh, no, we can't. Okay, I stand corrected. Well, that's really unfortunate because this sled is the best vehicle in the game. Oh, wow, Decoy. Yeah, a little late for that. Not only is that guy very likely to get fired, Decoy, but his QA agency is quite likely to get sued for multiple millions of dollars by FromSoft and Bandai Namco for leaking sensitive information. Because I guarantee you that guy was under NDA, because that's just universal when you're working on a game that's still in development. You don't leak it. And if you get caught leaking it, well, kiss your career goodbye and quite possibly kiss your company goodbye. That's just one of a long list of reasons why I can't talk about the projects that I work on. Because I am not keen on losing my job or endangering myself or anyone I work with. Also, it's really stupid that you can't carry a sled in your hand. Maybe, however, we can just leave it here and come back for it some other time if need be. Decoy, if that's his explanation, then he's an idiot. It's never good for a developer to have a game that they're working on leaked while it's still in development, because it might not look that way when it comes out. So, it might help the dev, and it might hurt them. And there's a very good chance that it could hurt them. And even if it ends up helping them in terms of publicity, it ends up hurting them in terms of shareholders not liking that and being very afraid of it. So, whatever good he thought he was doing, he potentially stood to do a lot more harm. Yeah, of course it's going around Twitter. Well, the natural consequences of that will catch up with him if they haven't already. We are each responsible for our own choices. And when we make a stupid choice, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. And maybe also whoever was responsible for teaching us how to make good choices but failed. Oh! 48%, 56%. This'll be worth a little more. Yup, 415. Oh, and this guy had some food. Good, well, that won't go to waste at least. And a 72% right tactical boot. Very good. I can certainly replace mine with that. Now I just need to find room in my inventory. For this delicious cured meat. And actually, it's easy enough to do now because I can empty out these extra water bottles. There we go. Oh, it's an Enfield horror. I was initially pretty terrified of those things, but I ended up fighting a couple of them, and at least with melee skill, they're not really all that scary. Oh, there he is. Well, I'm going to leave him alone. And let him go. Yeah, he wants to run away anyway. Because it would be a waste to kill him, since I don't even have room for the meat that I would get out of doing so. And I think... Okay, this is one of my... Oh, wow, I ended up going a very different direction than I intended to. Gonna have to cut a fair distance north to get to the ATN. Ah. Jeez, that's now 3 full bottles of whiskey. And plenty of clean rags. Now, the danger here is those bad mother idiots. Because they'll attack you no matter who you are. And regardless of how intimidating you look. Oh, another first aid kit. My armpit's in clean rags now. Not that that's an altogether terrible problem to have, but... nearly new pair of binoculars. I would like to see if we can fit that, but I don't think we can. So instead, we are just going to put that right here at camp. Speaking of camp, hide. Oh, and you know what? We need some... Oh, we can't craft them yet, though. And actually, we should unequip the vehicle. Just for a moment. Make sure nobody steals it. Because I think that guy wandering around there wanted trouble. That looked like a bad mother. Oh, right. We have to actually switch to the... There, now we have access to all the materials. There we go. And I am not going to use sleeping pills this time because I have a feeling... Yup. Whoever it was got scared away. Wow, and we actually managed to make it till morning. We'll eat that. Drink some more water, because unfortunately that kind of meat has a heavy penalty to thirst. Wow, yeah, dudes definitely killing each other out here. And that also would be a bad mother. And it looks like he has a gun. And it also looks like he wants very badly to avoid me. Just as well. I would really rather get where I need to go. And clean out my inventory. Yeah, Decoy, that guy's career is probably over. Nobody certainly is ever going to trust him with any, QA again. Holy hell. That is quite a lot of, stuff I don't need. Decoy, he didn't leak an entire build, did he? It was just footage? Or did he actually share the package file for the build? Just footage. Yeah, footage is already enough to end a career, but... if it had been the actual build itself, people outside of game companies have the ability to decrypt and open those. As long as they're not encrypted using some sort of proprietary encryption or code or something. Oh, geez. Okay, this is an ATN guy. Oh, no, maybe not. Looks like it's what's left of a blue frog. Hey, Clemps, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Really appreciate that, man. It's good to see you. I hope all is well. And hello, rats. Welcome to all of you. How is everybody doing? Clemps, I imagine you must just be finishing up a Pixel Remaster stream. Meanwhile, I'm struggling just to find the end of this game. Well enough, thank you, Clemps. I suppose I can't really complain over much. Go there, I suppose. FF4, the classic. The game that introduced, I think, probably the majority of Americans, anyway, to the Final Fantasy series. At least most of the people I grew up with who were into the Final Fantasy games played 4 first. Yeah, 4 will never not be a classic. I'm one of the outliers, actually, Clemps, in that my first Final Fantasy game was Final Fantasy 1. The very first one. On the NES. Most people that I've talked to seem to have started quite a bit later than that. Sable Alexander. 10-2, Robo Badger. Yeah, I guess some of you are probably young enough that the NES would have been just a legend or a fable to you. Your first was 9, Clemps. Interesting. If you don't mind my asking, Clemps, how old are you? I don't think I've ever gotten that information, but I imagine you have to be probably close to my age. 28. Okay, I take it back. You're a fair bit younger than me. I'm surprised by that. because you seem to have pretty similar taste in games. Yeah, I bet 9 dragged you into the series, Clemps. I bet that was your gateway drug. Robo Badger, I can't imagine starting with 10-2. Like, just about any game in the series is better than 10-2. Ah, okay, Clemps. Yeah, see, so you started at the end of the Golden Age and then kind of worked your way backward, it seems like. For me, I just ended up going in order. Because when I was a kid, the NES was very much still the most advanced console on the market. And buying games for that console new would still run you $40, $50, $60. Yeah, Wanderer Reha, it was the same for me. All the video games I played as a kid, I had to play at friends' houses or at my babysitter's house because my parents were adamantly anti-video game. They bought into all of the mainstream media sensationalist hysteria-pushing nonsense about how video games caused kids to become homicidal and about how they caused all kinds of mental issues that they don't cause, and so I was always forbidden at home. And I always had to play video games at a friend's house when I was going to. Well, Clems, I'm glad you get to go back and enjoy FF4. I imagine you probably already played the DS version of FF4, so the Pixel Remaster must be a bit of a different experience. Yeah, Wanderer, I bought a PS1 with gift money that was given to me by relatives that I saved up. My parents were not happy. My mother especially was constantly trying to monitor the time I spent on it, and she even forbade me from having it in my room. And because she was so stubborn about that, I ended up having to set it up in our laundry room with a TV on a little makeshift stand because she was so obsessed and hypervigilant about micromanaging my use of it. Oh, okay, Clemps, interesting. A lot of people seem to really like the DS version. I've never played it. I only played the original. And I'm not even aware that there was a version of it on the PSP. Yeah, seriously, Wanderer. Like, of all the things your kid could be doing, and of all the things a lot of the kids I grew up with did do, going out getting in car accidents, drinking, doing drugs, getting pregnant at 14. The fact that parents got so bent out of shape in my parents' generation about their kids playing video games was just depressing. Oh, is that why, Decoy? It had the original Japanese difficulty? I see. Yeah, Wander, it always seems to be the parents of good kids. Or, you know, kids who mean well on their own. The kids who are the crazy ones, they don't seem to get any supervision. Their parents, like, just never bothered. Or I guess just gave up on trying. Well, Decoy, that creates a different set of problems. The the parents who just let the TV do all the parenting. Those kinds of parents are the reason there were those fringe cases of kids repeating stuff they saw on TV and video games and getting themselves or someone else hurt or killed. But that was a result of bad parenting, not video games. That was just a result of parents who thought they could be negligent and leave their kid in front of the TV all day and not actually do any parenting or teach the kids the difference between fantasy and reality. Holy hell, there's a lot at the trading post today. Well, let's offload that. All this whiskey. Those bullets, binoculars. Actually, we're gonna have to arrange this. And honestly, we don't need this many painkillers. This is $100 worth of painkillers. Robo Badger, because this is a game all about scavenging in a post-apocalyptic America, specifically right around the area of the city of Detroit in Michigan. And the clown head is just a fast food clown head, a Ronald McDonald head, basically, that I found while I was scavenging. And I kept it, because, as you might expect, it has the effect of intimidating enemies. I guess we'll grab a little bit of cured meat. The PSP versions of 1, 2, and 4 were stunning. They really, Clemps, interesting. I don't remember hearing about versions of those games on PSP. But then again, I played all the original ones on well, I should say, I played some of the originals on the original consoles, and others I ended up playing on the PS1 when I got that console as the Final Fantasy Origins and Final Fantasy... What was that other one called? Origins was 1 and 2. I think it was called Anthology, Final Fantasy Anthology, which was 5 and 6. Oh, let's see, Clemps. This looks like the mobile version, Clemps. Are you sure that this is the... Oh, okay, I see. You posted the wrong one. I gotcha. Ah, okay, interesting. I love how they translated porcupine somehow as sword rat. That's incredible. So it looks like it still has the original localization, too. But yeah, this one does look much better. From now on, that's what I'm going to call porcupines. It's no longer called a porcupine, it's a sword rat. Oh, nice, Wanderer. Probably because they ended up importing them for some reason. Well, Decoy, between Ted Woolsey and the interns that ended up working under him for one reason or another, Square really set the bar for localization pretty low back in the day. Yeah, Wanderer, that was a common problem all the way up through the early aughts. Even was the fact that Japanese companies often didn't see any reason to localize their games in English because they didn't think anyone would buy them. They didn't think they would sell. Well, Zyric, originally in the Japanese version of Final Fantasy IV, when Tella is fighting Edward, or trying to fight him, blaming him for the death of a loved one, Tella shouts at Edward, "Kono Yaro," which, if you translate it literally into English, comes out being fairly close to "you asshole." But obviously they couldn't translate it directly because in those days, America was really prudish about any kind of inappropriate content in games. And that even predated the ESRB. So instead, I believe the official story is that it was one of Ted Woolsey's interns on the localization team for Squaresoft at that time. She was a college student, I believe, and she was looking through a dictionary for words to use as an alternative translation, and she found the word spoony, which had not been in common usage in, I think, at least 80 or 90 years at that time, possibly longer. And she just picked it out of the dictionary and slapped it in the localization. And that's why the English version of the game has "you spoony bard," Zyric. But Woolsey and his team ended up taking a lot of silly liberties like that. Kefka, in the Japanese version of FF6, had no interesting personality whatsoever. He was just written as a generic, stereotypical Japanese calculating, cunning villain. It was Ted Woolsey who rewrote Kefka's dialogue to be that kind of unhinged, crazy, almost comical, clownish type of villain. And one of the most famous examples of that is that Kefka's "son of a submariner" epithet did not exist in the Japanese version. Woolsey pulled that out of his ass for the English localization. And there's "sand in my boots" line as well, and a bunch of the other stuff like that. Ted Woolsey, I believe, is also credited with being the reason that Barrett, in the English version of Final Fantasy VII, talks like Mr. T. Because in the Japanese version of FF7, Barrett is, again, he's got a lot less personality. He's just much more generically stoic and stern. Like the typical tanky, heavy, big, tall, solemn Japanese JRPG party member. So, the localization of FF7 benefited a fair bit from Woolsey's sense of humor and his characteristic embellishments. As did FF6, I would argue. Yeah, Wanderer, well, one of the problems that they had with localization back in those days, and it still happens today, although it's a little bit less common today, is there were only so many pages of dialogue that each game could hold. And the Japanese language is better than English at condensing information into a shorter space. And in 4 Japanese characters, you can express what would take 8 English letters. Like if you were to say the name, for example, Takahata, that's 8 letters in English, but it's 4 characters in Japanese. It's the 4 either hiragana or katakana letters, ta, ka, ha, ta. And so the English localization actually had to be a lot more careful with its usage of dialogue window space, because a few letters in Japanese went a lot further than a few letters in English. And that's one of the reasons why in Japanese games where you had the opportunity to name your characters, there were far fewer spaces for letters in the English versions of the game than there were in the Japanese version, because in the Japanese version, if they gave you 6 spaces for letters, you could use those 6 spaces to express almost any name. Whereas in English, when you had 6 letters of the English language to work with to name a character, that's pretty restrictive. So that was a common problem back then, too. Oh yeah, Barrett is a perfect fit for a Mr. T personality. I'm almost sad that Woolsey didn't work in a line somehow into Barrett's dialogue, somewhat to the effect of drink your school and stay in milk. I'm not sure that meme even existed back then, though. I don't think that happened till later. Lots of stuff from the 90s is wild, Wanderer, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that meme started out on Newgrounds, or maybe somewhere on YouTube. I don't remember exactly. But I know it was, or I believe anyway, it was quite a bit after 1997. Because the internet, the way we know it now, the public internet, was only just in its infancy at that time. You know, I was kind of hoping I would walk out of here with fewer items. Like, far fewer, but it appears as though I'm going to have to wait for the following day. Alright, let's sit down for a meal. Boy, I'm even running out of room for shopping carts here. That's depressing. Although actually... if we just put all these bottles in there... we could probably make a little bit more room. Alright, yeah, that works out a little better. And now we can finally start putting together some tinfoil ponchos. Oh yeah, Wanderer, it certainly was. Okay, what do we want to do here? That can go there. And, okay, yeah, now we have room for another cart there. That can go there for the moment, just until... just until we have the opportunity to sell it. That we can take. That's camp stuff. Guess we'll have to put that back for the moment. Okay. So the upside down cans are the ones we need to use here. That can go there for the moment. Okay, Decoy, have a good one. Take care. God. I have to do everything myself here, it looks like. There we go. And these can go in here. Valuable spares that they are. And actually, goes there. You right-click, Basil, and then select Empty Out. This game was made by 2 people. It's an indie game. And I guess they couldn't or decided not to implement a more immersive but complex system for transferring battery charges. So battery charges in this game are just treated as ammunition, basically. They're treated as a physical thing that you can take out of a battery and put in another battery. There we go. All right, there's one. Oh, no, that is not what I want to do. I guess I have to just break all of this down first. Dear God, 60 small or medium, okay, 60 foil and 20 small thread. Oh, I might not have enough small thread. Ah! I don't, but that is easily remedied. In fact, we have quite a lot of small thread. Alright, that ought to be enough. One of those. And we need this. And need that. There we go. Now this ought to be enough. Because I put one of these on before, and they disintegrate almost immediately. They do not last long at all. So hopefully whatever we have to do at Camp Grayling while we repel microwaves will not require us to hang around there for very long. I'm gonna basically just end up having to bring a shopping cart full of ponchos. Alright, that ought to do for this. And now we just need to pass the night so that the inventory at the... Whoops, the inventory at the ATN Enclave resets. And at this rate, it looks like we'll be up all night trying to sleep. There we go. Oh, I'm hidden. Don't want to be hidden. There we go. Now we've got room to get rid of stuff. Boy, that already is a relief. And now we can leave and eat a couple of these. We can grab that. We can put this back on our back. We can equip this. Oh, you know what else we should do? We should, we should stash that, and... we should stash that. We'll come back for this, because it's got all our camping stuff in it, but... just to get it out of the inventory for a bit. Because that will free us up to move a little more quickly. Man, I can't believe I've ended up collecting almost $40,000 just from selling stuff. I don't think there's anything in the game you can even spend that amount of money on. But instinct compels me to grab anything valuable and sell it because maybe the game will prove me wrong. Maybe there's somebody waiting at Camp Grayling that we just need to pay off with $40,000. And I guess I don't see anything else here that we need. So now we are clear. Actually, though, as much as I would have liked to finish this game today, it is getting toward time for me to go get some dinner and some sleep, so that is exactly what I'm going to do. We've gone 6 hours. That's good enough for today, I think. So what we're going to do, guys, and I really hope that some of you will stick around for this, is we are going to go raid my friend Sam, who is streaming some Sekiro. And Sam is one of the just sweetest and most adorable individuals I've had the privilege of meeting on Twitch. And if you don't know her already, I really encourage you to hang out for this raid because you're really going to like Sam. And you're also really going to like her adorable schnoofy dog. His name is Finn. So let's go introduce you to both of them. And hopefully I will catch all of you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.